host, Jason Miles, and this is Revolution Podcast, audio-only edition. If you've noticed, these Wednesday audio-onlys have been a little longer because these come from our Saturday free show. And on Saturday, we do the show. We try to go at least for an hour and a half. This one was about 2 hours. The conversations can get spicy. If you are new to this show, if you go back to episode 128 of the audio-only podcast, America's Most Canceled, with Dr. Norman Finkelstein, that was a very exciting episode. We joked throughout it that we just knew we were going to be done by the time it was finished. Like, oh yeah, we're canceled now. And that was like 3.5 hours. So Saturday is the day we just let it go. And sadly, we haven't had the full Saturday crew in a while. Trying to work on getting everybody back. Scheduling. It's hard to schedule that many people. Especially, busy people that are actually doing real work in their community and political parties like Angela Walker and Paul Prescott. So it's hard. It's hard to get everybody on the same schedule. But I got the core of the family, me, my co-host, my homie, my dog, Pascal Robert, and Marcus of the Left Flank Pets. And in this episode, we talked to Dr. Michelle Morgan about empire and education. And she studies, her field of study definitely is, American education. And Hawaii was a really interesting case study. And there were a few different reasons why we were excited to do it. Me personally, I have a personal tie to Hawaii and education. As a lot of you know that listen to the show, I've done music for years. The music, everything you hear musically on this show is me. Toured for years, and I toured for years with my ex, and she is now a teacher in Hawaii, and she definitely had some strong critiques of the system when she got there. It was kind of shocking to her. And the reading that we did from Michelle Morgan, her studies, and then she wrote a chapter in a book about education in Hawaii. And it was in line with what my ex was talking about in contemporary modern times. And Pascal was very interested in this because one of the founders of Hampton University got his start, or the founder of Hampton University, and kind of the founding, and it becomes the model of what Booker T. Washington takes on for the model of education in what we now call historically black colleges, which is kind of vocation-based. And this person gets there, basically uses Hawaii as like a testing ground. And we did get into that conversation on the show a bit, how these colonial projects are just petri dishes for the empire. Puerto Rico is a great example. You get the pill out of Puerto Rico, the birth control pill, and chemotherapy, but it comes at a price. And in Hawaii, it was the Americanization of education. And one thing that I found interesting, we also get into this on the show, is that in a lot of these other territories that America takes over at this time, we're talking like the turn of the 20th century, right? Late 19th century, turn of the 20th century. So you're thinking about Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, Cuba, of course, Hawaii. Hawaii is interesting because there's so many different races in Hawaii that come to work on the plantations. And I asked the question, and I'll ask the question to you guys, do you think that actually played a factor in Hawaii not trying to fight for sovereignty like places like Puerto Rico and the Philippines that had very bloody fights for sovereignty? Puerto Rico, we talked about this on the show, tried to assassinate a president with their movement for sovereignty, not statehood, but sovereignty. And the cry in Hawaii becomes statehood. So you have this education system that is training people to work in the fields. A lot of this is not skilled labor. Training women to pretty much be domestics. So it's an interesting conversation. If you want to be a part of these conversations in real time, youtube.com/This is Revolution Podcast. Best way to do it. Just read something from Michelle Morgan's writing. Administrators applied filters to select teachers most likely to be effective Americanizers as they wrestled with the task of creating a teaching force out of a diverse population. The first filter drew on local constructions of racialized identities. As Sally Ingle Mary argued, the islands developed a tripartite system of race similar to that which evolved in other settler colonial societies in the Pacific, dividing residents among white colonials, indigenous populations, and immigrant laborers. So there you have it. That's a short clip from the writings of Michelle Morgan. When you hear that music, it's time for me to go. Empire and education in Hawaii. And I am out. Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to another Saturday free show edition of This is Revolution Podcast. I am your host, Jason Miles, and I want to start the show off by giving a fat happy birthday shout out to recent guest, now a patron of the show as well, Dr. Eric Osgood. Happy 40th. Welcome to the 40 Club, my man. And I want to get as much in today as possible for the show. Also, you see me wearing Giant stuff because San Francisco Giants, magic number is 1. We are 1 win away from winning the division. So I'm very happy about that. Make sure the Dodgers don't win the division. There's one thing I hate more than capitalism. It could be Los Angeles. And on that note, let me bring in someone I don't hate. I love a lot. It means a lot to me. He may be the Mau Mau man to you guys. To me, he is a big, squishy teddy bear of love. My homie, my dog, Pascal Robert.
Peace and greetings to the chat. Peace and greetings to the audience. Peace and greetings, Jason Miles. Jason, I just want to tell you, I'm not going to spike the football. We've had some really good shows lately. I just want to tell you that how happy I am that we've been able to maintain some pretty good content as of late. And I just want our audience to know that we're dedicated to doing this political education and try to really make a difference in these spaces as much as we can. And be more than infotainment.
I believe in the business they call that intellectual integrity.
Try it.
And he was the darkest thing in Maine for some time. Now he is relocated to the land of his people. And that land is the DC area. He is Marcus of the Left Flank Vets.
Hey, Nova in the house. What's up? What's up? Happy to be
Every
here.
time I think about Marcus and the culture shock that he has going to the corner store nowadays.
Yeah, wholly different, but it's all right.
He's probably like a freed slave. They let y'all out?
Well, it's like, what has been going on here for so long?
Oh, goodness. Pascal, would you like to introduce our guest today?
You like to hit me in the 11th hour. I wasn't prepared for that. I would have had her whole professional dossier out if I was prepared for that, boy. No warning. Jason does this a couple of times. He'd be like, "Oh, Pascal, you introduce him." I'm like, "Whoa, hold on! I thought that's what you do."
No, not all the time.
No, not today.
Not today. This is definitely a Pascal time.
Today we have renowned professor of Hawaiian educational history at Missouri State, which is also the institution where Gene Bajlan teaches, Professor Michelle Morgan. You want to bring it on? I'm sure if I really do you justice, Professor Morgan, because Jason slipped. Notice that in the green room, he never mentioned that I would be introducing you. He literally, by the way, he also knows that I hate surprises. And he does that more than one time.
Michelle Morgan is an associate professor and coordinator of the BSED history program at Missouri State University. She completed her PhD in American history with a minor in educational policy studies at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So we will discuss cheese curds at some point in the show.
Ooh, yeah, not the hats, though. Not the cheese hats.
Her teaching and research focuses on the history of American education, the American West, and something that we're going to take a deep dive in today, American Empire. Her work explores the roles schools have played in competing definitions of American in newly acquired territories, emphasizing the participation of teachers as cultural agents and the ways in which gender and identity shape teachers' roles in classrooms and communities. Something I found very, very interesting in your writing, especially when we talk about Hawaii. So this episode today, we're going to be talking about Hawaii specifically. But it seems like one of the problems that educators were having in Hawaii was bringing in people from the mainland to teach. So the makeup of the teachers actually was, for the most part, the makeup of the people there.
One of the things I also want to pivot off of what Jason is saying is that one of the most fascinating things I found about your writing is that you talk about how such primacy was put on the process of Americanization. But what is interesting to me is that what the definition of Americanization meant fluctuates between acculturation and practical capitalist utility. In other words, does Americanization mean acculturating the native indigenous Hawaiian population to the cultural, apparatus and accoutrement of American society? Or does, particularly through the educational process, does it mean preparing them for the needs of empire and capitalism in Hawaii, particularly when it comes to agricultural labor? Can you talk about what are the initial means in which the United States basically, I wouldn't say invades or comes in contact with Hawaii as an entity and begins the colonial or settler colonial process, if you will?
Yeah, so over the course, so the first kind of recognized contact with Europe is in the late 18th century. That's James Cook, and over the next couple of decades, there is an increasing amount of pressure on the islands in terms of being sort of drawn into this international Pacific competing series of empires. And you have the elite in Hawaii, becoming involved in the sandalwood trade. Whaling, of course, comes in, which begins to build a close connection with New England. And that kind of initial interaction is happening along the backdrop of a Hawaii that is politically changing internally as well. And you have a consolidation of the islands under Kamehameha I. And then in 1819, at the point of Kamehameha's death, there is a push to overturn many of the traditional kapu laws. And that happens just a year before the American missionaries arrive in 1820. And those American missionaries then step into a position in which there is a lot of political, religious, cultural change going on, and they use a variety of different ways to insert themselves in that changing society. Over the next several decades, as Hawaii remains an independent kingdom, and indeed is recognized as such, I believe in 1842 by the United States, and the following year by Great Britain and France, you also have the elites in Hawaii selectively adopting and adapting certain elements of Western society. And key, of course, to my research is the adoption of the common school system. And that in 1840, you have the creation of the Hawaii public school, what becomes a public school system. It's called the common school system in the 19th century. And that system, from its inception, has influences from New England in particular. And you find a real sort of pride in the quickness with which Hawaii adapts these things. I mean, Lahaina Luna is founded in 1831. It's still a functioning public high school. It initially was missionary influenced, but it still has on its website, the first public school west of the Rockies. It has a printing press very early on. And indeed, Kanaka Maoli, Native Hawaiians, attended these schools and embraced literacy very quickly. Hawaii becomes one of the most literate places in the world by the 1880s. And that also happens during the same time that you have changes in the way in which land is distributed and controlled. And you have a growing influence of, and going back to your point on capitalism, a growing influence of American economic interests, which of course are going to, by the end of the 19th century, be really focused on sugar and pineapple. And that transition is in part possible because Americans and Europeans were able to get access to land through the transformations that happened in Hawaii land law in the middle of the 19th century. So by the time of 1887, when the Bayonet Constitution that is kind of forced upon the Hawaiian monarchy gets into place, you already have a number of elements in which I would argue settler colonialism is seeping into Hawaiian legal and social and educational interactions. And then the overthrow in 1893 of Liliuokalani is precipitated and carried out by American interests. soldiers from the USS Boston come marching up into Nuuanu. And although it's considered a bloodless coup because Liliuokalani is very mindful of the safety of her people, it is very American instigated and influenced. Now, at the same time, the United States then says, oh, we're not going to annex you. We don't want anything to do with that. And then it takes another several years until 1898, when the Newlands Resolution is passed, that Hawaii becomes a formal territory of the United States. And in 1900, the Organic Act incorporates it as a territory. So I say in 1898, Hawaii is not an official, it doesn't have territorial status, it's a possession. And then in 1900, it becomes integrated as a territory, and then statehood eventually follows in 1959.
Incredible. Marcus, you have a question you want to take?
I am kind of curious if some of the aspects of Hawaii that was becoming, colonized prior to official, if you could just kind of even say what some of those aspects were, and I guess that what was poisoning the well, prior to everything happening.
Yeah. And so there's a pretty significant debate on what is in fact happening in the 19th century in Hawaii, and to what extent it's modernization and to what extent it's colonization. And those may seem like semantic distinctions, but those distinctions have implications and repercussions for the modern sovereignty movement. And that's a bit beyond my area of expertise, but some of the things that begin to come in to play, for example, English language instruction in schools becomes increasingly dominant. So by 1890, 13 of the 17 government schools in Honolulu use English language instruction. And so even before the 1893 overthrow, there's kind of this movement away from Hawaiian language instruction to English language instruction. There's a lot of influence that missionaries have on the writing of textbooks. And, what's in the textbook isn't necessarily what's taught in the classroom. A colleague at University of Minnesota, David Chang, has written really brilliantly on the way in which geography textbooks are created both by, missionary influenced writers in English, but also that there's a persistence of Kanaka Maoli textbooks, and that, of course, what's in the textbook isn't necessarily what's taught in the classroom. But these things are all kind of seeping in, and so the question is, to what extent are the ali'i adopting some of these elements to forestall colonization, and to what extent, at what point does the willingness to accept these elements or implement these elements mean that you're kind of heading down the road to colonization to the point of no return?
And what makes Hawaii ripe for statehood? Because at the time, Hawaii, was it Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines? Mm-hmm. These are all territories. Mm-hmm. Am I forgetting one, Pascal?
No, you got it pretty good.
All of it. At this time period, we're talking about the late 19th century. What makes Hawaii so ripe for statehood? Is it the fact that the population is being "quote unquote" Americanized, and so many people are speaking English on the island? Is that why?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of very interesting arguments for what makes Hawaii different, essentially, because of all of the places that you name, and I'd throw Guam in there as well. None of the rest of them eventually become states. And there are a number of different things going on. I think first and foremost, Hawaii has a white elite that has intermarried primarily with Native Hawaiian elites in the 19th century, so that you have a population of people who have American capitalist interests, but who have access to land. You also have, so you have whites who've settled there in a way that you don't in many of the other colonies. It's the Philippines were way too far away. That was one of and that's one of the concerns during the statehood debate, is that Hawaii is way too far away. but there's a real sort of divide about whether or not statehood is a given. There are certainly people in the 1890s who are saying Hawaii is an integral part of the United States and statehood is our destiny. And that kind of stays as a trend, but it's not until the 1930s when the sugarcane is excluded from the American Agricultural Act. It's considered a foreign import, and that means that the sugar planters are losing a whole heck of a lot of money. And that's kind of the tipping point at which the elites in Hawaii really get on the bandwagon for statehood. Because prior to that, you had a lot of sugar planters who were really skeptical of the idea of statehood because they were worried that American labor laws were going to apply. They were concerned that full citizenship for the majority-minority population was going to be problematic and would cause them to lose their political power. So it's really in the 1930s and in the 1940s, you start to see this growing push for statehood that includes the elites. And, you know, there's some interesting coalitions that end up developing. Certainly the Nisei, the second generation Japanese Americans, are very focused on statehood as a validation of their acceptance as Americans. And so, you know, during World War II, when you have the 442nd and individuals like the late Senator Daniel Inouye and Senator Daniel Akaka, those folks who had participated in World War II then came back from the war very strongly believing that statehood was the next step in advocating themselves as full Americans.
Interesting. So at this point, I'd like to pivot to education. As I told you in the pre-show, one of the most fascinating things, and you expose this in your writing, about the educational paradigm that was chosen for Hawaii was that one of the main actors was a man named Richard Armstrong. Now, Richard Armstrong's son was, who, if I'm not mistaken, was he born in Hawaii? Was Samuel Armstrong?
I believe so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Samuel Armstrong goes on to be the man who is the progenitor of Hampton University and the father of the industrial model of education. And he is the personal instructor of Booker T. Washington that becomes the model of education that permeates historically Black colleges and universities and even Black secondary high schools in the United States. Now, as you know, there was profound debates in the U.S. context about what exactly was this education preparing Black American children for, as opposed to, you know, giving them full citizen participation in society, turning them into basically more glorified sharecroppers. I'd like you to explain how that debate existed also in the Hawaiian context and the similarities between the two in terms of how it comes to spill over into the Black American context, if you will, and if you can do so, please.
Yeah, I mean, Samuel Chapman Armstrong takes the model that he sees at Hilo Boarding School, which is a school that is founded by missionaries and designed to train Kanakamo'oli to become essentially missionary spokespeople. And he takes that model and uses it to inform what he does at Hampton Institute. And he writes very clearly about what he sees to be the connections between what he terms the Polynesian and the Negro and their needs in education, that they're, you know, that this manual training, and in the, you know, the earlier in the 19th century, manual training is what often the terminology that was used, and it later kind of morphs into vocational education. Although manual training initially isn't necessarily only targeted as a specific job type of training. It's an idea that the head and the hands have to work simultaneously in order for learning to happen. And so in Hawaii, you see vocational education, first manual training and then vocational education also take root. One example of this is in the early history of the Kamehameha schools, which eventually Kamehameha is, of course, still running, and now is a very strong proponent of the maintenance of Native Hawaiian culture. But initially, it was a very gendered, very vocationally oriented education that was dominated by New England and American missionaries. So the idea of certain quote unquote races being best suited to certain kinds of jobs and certain kinds of education was certainly an idea that was shared back and forth between Hawaii educators and the mainland. And there's also conversation, of course, for the other colonized areas, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, about how education should be similar, and ultimately how this education is going to serve the larger American economic project. In Hawaii, in the early 20th century, this then becomes a system in which planters are very skeptical of education, because you can educate a kid away from the plantation pretty quickly. And so they advocate not for vocational education, they actually advocate for limiting education. They don't want kids going to high school, because high school, even if it's a vocational program, is going to make basically laborers unfit for the plantations, mainly because you don't need a heck of a lot of education to cut cane and burn cane fields and harvest cane, or pineapple for that matter. You don't need a heck of a lot of education to work in a pineapple cannery. And educators wrestle with this because they both want to expand education. And many of those who are leading the Hawaii school system at this time are of American Caucasian / Haole, what we would call Haole stock. And these folks want education to expand, but they also talk a lot about how to tie it to the economy of the territory. And I think in general, in terms of the conversations about educating people away from the actual work that's available, there are a lot of similarities with what we see relevant to Black education in the South during this period, and in some cases to the education of immigrants in urban areas across the nation. Yeah.
And then something that you touched on too about like the internal debate amongst the teachers, or the administrators of the school, and in some of your writings, you kind of like you're laying out who some of these people are and what like I guess like some of the conflicts. So if you could, for the audience, just kind of go into the different teachers and that were there, and also some of the effect of like even the question of who should be teaching the children of Hawaii.
Hawaii has a pretty multiracial, multi-ethnic teaching force by the end of the 19th century. And under the kingdom, there's some concern in the late 1880s and early 1890s, just before the overthrow, that these folks are not Hawaiian enough, because there's already a proportion of American and British teachers in the schools. And so the school board goes to great lengths to explain to the Hawaiian government, no, these are people who were born and raised in Hawaii. They're really local enough to be teaching in the schools. Once you get to the territorial period, so one of the things that's interesting to note is that in the Organic Act in 1900, U.S. Congress says we don't need to change anything about the school system in Hawaii. It's already so American and so promising in its ability to Americanize. We're not really going to touch it at this point. And the one issue, though, that the school board or the school administrators keep coming back to is how can we ensure that the teachers that we're hiring are going to be American enough? Because they couldn't hire enough folks from the mainland. They couldn't hire enough of the people that they consider, they couldn't hire enough Haoles to fully staff it. And they didn't want to, because the problem with folks who were coming from the mainland is that they would only teach for a year or two, and then they go back to the mainland. And actually, they have this problem today. The DOE in Hawaii tries to hire because there's a severe teaching shortage, and they'll get teachers who will come for a year or two and then leave. And this has been a persistent problem. These folks are referred to as tourist teachers in the reports that were written. And so the goal was to create a self-sustaining local teaching force. But by 1920, the majority of the folks, at least a third of the folks coming up through the normal school, were Japanese American. They were Nisei. And this starts to terrify the school administrators. These folks are not adopting American ways fast enough. And so what school administrators, Thomas Gibson talks about this explicitly, he was one of the superintendents, what they try to do is turn to who they think is going to be the most Americanized. And who they consistently identify as the most Americanized are the Kanaka Maoli. So they want Native Hawaiian teachers because they think they're more Americanized than the Nisei. And that becomes a kind of a significant debate over the 1920s and 1930s. And I would say, to this day, there's a significant proportion of particularly elementary school, public school teachers in Hawaii are Yonsei, fourth generation or more Japanese American, because teaching became an avenue to middle class life for Japanese Americans. There's some very interesting research that's been done by Eileen Tamura, who's retired from the University of Hawaii, about the way in which public schools served as a conduit to the middle class for the Nisei over that period. And teaching was one of the professions that helped them both Americanize and enter into to middle class professional status, or quasi-professional, right? Teachers are never quite considered professional, at least in their pay scale.
Okay, can you explain to us the role of the Smith-Hughes Act and how that helped shape the vocational education in Hawaii?
The Smith-Hughes Act is the first federal funding for K-12 education, and it's passed in 1917, and it is targeted at creating vocational programs on the high school level. It matches federal funding to state level funding, and in Hawaii's case, territorial level funding. Now, Hawaii is first excluded from the act, and then in 1924 gets money from it, and the school administrators in Hawaii are very excited about this. But there's a lot of tension about whether that money is going to go to vocational agriculture, that is essentially cane cultivation practices, or if it's going to go towards industrial education, or commercial education. And industrial and commercial education were much more popular among the Hawaii students because the idea of becoming an office worker or entering business was seen as a higher economic status than returning to work on the plantation. And so there's a lot of debate amongst teachers as to whether or not they should even encourage students to go into vocational education, because plantation labor was seen as degrading, and that instead they might teach students how to do diversified farming. The problem was the diversified farming really wasn't widespread in the islands, and it was kind of a hard way to support yourself.
And this also kind of affected some of what teachers, or at least would like ask their, or at least advise their students to do, as far as even entering public or private high schools, right?
Mm-hmm. Hawaii still has the highest percentage of students, second to, I think, New Orleans, of the number of students who attend private schools. And so there becomes a pretty significant divide. For sure, a lot of the Haole kids are going to private schools, but Nisei and other students are increasingly looking to access private schools as a way to get out of some of the what's seen as the negative implications of public school vocational elements. And in Hawaii, there's a whole other interesting story about how Smith Hughes is applied on the mainland, and certainly in the American South, the money is not evenly distributed. Surprise, surprise, to white and black schools, and so there's a lot of debate in Hawaii too about how we can or cannot advise students based on race, right? We're not supposed to. Hawaii was very sort of self-conscious that they were projecting this idea of racial harmony, and so nothing could be done ostensibly on the basis of race. In actuality, it was, but there was a lot of sort of, let's find what kind of language we can use that doesn't include the word race.
And when you say Smith Hughes wasn't done properly on the mainland, in what capacity was it not handled well within the South? They just didn't get the funding for the vocational programs, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, it required state matching money, right? And so, so you had to have a state that was willing to match the amount that the federal government was offering, and could fairly easily direct the funds and control the funds, right, in a variety of different ways. So yes, like any money going towards schools, it was disproportionately and discriminatorily applied in the segregated school systems.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So what was the reaction of the native population to the quality of education they were getting? Did they feel that they were not being properly educated to be competitive? Because one of the things that we see that is a consequence of the industrial education that comes out of Hampton with Booker T. Washington is that he wasn't actually even teaching vocational skills. He was teaching teachers to teach kids to basically be happy with being subservient in their workplaces. Like the super majority of students that were coming out of Tuskegee were actually education majors. They weren't even vocational skill trained individuals. And this caused a lot of debate within the Black community. So how did that debate shape itself amongst Hawaiians?
So one of the difficulties that I think scholars are working their way through right now, and there's a book in progress by a professor at University of Hawaii, Derek Tyra, about Native Hawaiian attitudes towards education during the territorial period, that's based on his dissertation. And I think that for a very long time, the answer to that question was, well, Native Hawaiians embraced Americanization, and that there wasn't pushback. There wasn't pushback against statehood. We know now that that's not true, and there were organized petitions and protests against the overthrow of Liliuokalani. There were folks who were working in the background in a variety of different ways to forestall annexation. It is true that there was not a lot of public pushback against statehood, but part of that is the way that the statehood question was framed. Your choices were to remain a territory or to become a state. No independence option was offered. In the schools, Native Hawaiians were stripped of language. And there are some really interesting writings. I'm working with a collection of essays right now that students wrote in the late 1920s. And they wrote these in response to William Carlson Smith, who was a researcher from Oregon and who was part of the Chicago School of Social research, and was very interested in second generation Asian American kids. But he asks school teachers throughout the islands in 1926 and 1927 to have their students write essays, these life history essays. And in the life history essays, as somebody who studies educational history, we don't hear a lot from the students themselves, right? I mean, these things don't make their way into the historical record frequently. And so having this collection of essays offers a really interesting insight into what the students themselves are thinking. And in this case, there are Native Hawaiian students there who are saying, I wish my parents would speak Hawaiian with me. They tell me they don't want Hawaiian in, me to speak Hawaiian because I'm not going to be able to advance if I'm speaking Hawaiian. There are students who talk about how important having Native Hawaiian teachers is to them, because they're able to build a relationship. And, in one case, the student talks about that teacher, when she left for another school, she left her collection of books to the student to care for. And, the student then plans to become a teacher. And so there's a desire that's being expressed by the students to maintain identity, to connect with teachers who they saw to be culturally similar to them. Not really surprising, but we now actually have it in writing. And so there's a lot of suppression, and then also, some you'd have Hawaiian music in schools, right? So they'd have Hawaiian song class, or students would learn how to weave lauhala mats. So there's these very sort of small, kind of picked apart elements of acceptable Hawaiian culture, but there's overall suppression. And then in the 1970s and 1960s, you see a resurgence of Hawaiian language. You see a resurgence of an emphasis on traditional practitioners of religion and medicine. And now we have Hawaiian immersion schools and a much richer, although still not representative element of Hawaiian education offered in some limited ways.
You also talk.
Sorry. Go ahead, Pascal.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Also, was kind of fascinating to me about this whole thing is, at the same time all this is going on in Hawaii, where we talk about the Americanization of education, there's a lot of uprisings and a very big pushback in places like Puerto Rico and the Philippines to be sovereign nations. Is it simply just the choices weren't there for them? Like, you're either going to get statehood or not, or, is that simply what it is? Like, how do you educate away the rebellion? Because we're talking about 20, 30 years after you actually had this kingdom that was independent.
Well, first I would say there are a lot smarter people out there who are analyzing this right now than me. I think I do, in my reading of the education system, what I do see is that you do have a situation where Native Hawaiians become demographically a minority in their land. And I think that does have a pretty substantial influence on how people respond. I think that there's also an element of needing to have cross-racial cooperation in order to respond to capitalist influences, in order to respond to the sugar planters, and that cross-racial cooperation can be kind of problematic and hard. And sometimes it works. There's strikes in 1920 that bring together Filipino and Japanese plantation laborers, but those are hard to sustain. And so it's not just white elite settlers and Native Hawaiians, and it's not just kind of remote sort of franchise colonialism. It's very much a level of demographic diversity.
So is that one of the big reasons why you think, and I asked this question to the panel as well, because for Hawaii, like you say, unlike the Philippines, unlike Puerto Rico or Cuba, you're Filipinos and Portuguese and Chinese. There's all this labor that's coming from different parts of the world. Is that possibly another big factor? And also starting to teach people about private land ownership.
Land ownership is a big one. Yeah. I think I would say that would be the first thing that would come to mind, is that there is a very significant demographic diversity. And that does make it a bit more complicated.
Which I don't know how much I've talked about, but I live in Puerto Rico. Like my family, we moved there when I was a kid. And so I spent all like fourth grade at what's literally called the American school in San Juan.
Is that where you learned about property ownership?
Yeah, it's where I learned about the hand of the free market, land ownership, market values, all of those things. No, I mean, what was interesting is that it was one of the few schools, even in the city, probably on the island, and I'm not sure to this day, but that was completely instructed in English. And then myself, my brother that was also in the elementary school, and then like a few other like non-Puerto Ricans, we would have to go during like the proper English class. We would have to go and take a Spanish class. But I mean, yeah, everything else, it wasn't honestly that different. And I was like, when we moved back to the States, like I was just, on to continue on the, like my education without any blips or anything like that. But I think, yeah, with like, that's, I think it was like, yeah, everyone there is Puerto Rican. So the demographics that are presented in Hawaii, are
Puerto Rico
totally
had a fierce, and it doesn't get talked about a lot. And I'd love to know what Dr. Morgan thinks about that. Their push for sovereignty was violent. They tried to assassinate a president. You never hear about that. Almost assassination. Was it Coolidge or was it? I can't remember who.
Truman. They took Truman. They shot at Truman. Yeah.
Killed like his guards. Like that's some crazy shit. They shot up Congress. Like, you never hear about the Puerto Rican fight for independence at all. So I'm sorry. Pascal looks like he's got a question.
So the larger question that I want to say is that what exactly does this mean for American education and empire overall in terms of how Hawaii becomes basically a model for educational imperialism throughout the world overall, and why isn't there even more interrogation or discussion in academic circles about the consequence for imperialism and capitalism of having these forms of education be basically, forced onto these societies and even Black Americans and relegating them to being kind of like, surplus redundant labor?
I think, in the last 10 years, the academic scholarship on this topic has really expanded very rapidly. There's a great book, Cecily Del Morel's book on Puerto Rico, called Negotiating Empire that I would highly recommend. But this has become kind of the hot topic in publishing in history of education over the last few years. There's a look at teachers in education in the Philippines, in Puerto Rico, and connections with the Native American boarding schools, connections with conceptions of segregated education for African Americans. And so I think, at least on the scholarly side, that conversation has really been developing over the last 10 years. How long it might take to trickle out of the scholarly side, I'm not even going to hazard a guess, right? Because if you look at still what's taught in public schools about American history, we're looking back many decades in many cases. And so I do think, I think education is so central when we think about expanding empire. It's true in the British context. It's certainly true in the American context. And I think in the American context, it holds particular salience because Americans see schools as a way to shape the future trajectory of their communities. And so when you look at the way that Americans talk about schools and what they try to implement in schools, what they're really doing is painting a picture of the way they want the world to be. And that, that doesn't mean it comes to fruition the way that they're framing it, but schools really offer a site to examine these contestations over American identity, over what it means to be part of a society in which you have diversity, and how you address and try to tamp down that diversity. Everything from the little plays that they used to do in urban schools where kids would dress in their quote unquote native costumes, whatever European heritage they had. They'd walk through a little melting pot kind of a thing, and they'd come out on the other side with their American flag, right? They were now Americans. But I think that schools really serve as the place that Americans think that the future is shaped, and they rely on schools in order to support ideas of meritocracy and equal society, even though of course those don't actually play out in reality.
Do we really teach meritocracy, or do we really teach American exceptionalism in the face of American capitalism?
We do, but we call it meritocracy. And so I think, I do think that American exceptionalism is still deeply seeped in our schools. And I think that American exceptionalism is deeply seeped in every colonial educational project we've ever encountered.
How do you see this information playing out in the contemporary battles we see over secondary and public school education, in the way in which critical race theory is being formulated as the bête noire, if you will, of the conservative right today, in terms of the ability to even have these conversations in public universities, in secondary schools, and to teach this history?
So one of the things that I'll start with is an observation that if you swapped the phrase critical race theory for communism, you could take something that's being stated in front of a school board today and put it next to something that the American Legion wrote in their magazine in 1950, and you would hardly be able to tell the difference. This is not the first time that there has been this type of characterization of American education, that it must be pro-American and it must be American and it must be it must be patriotic, whatever, with all of the baggage that those words bring. I think that, that certainly the idea that we can control what students think about the past and what that means for the ways in which they act in the present and future is a very persistent idea in the United States. And I think that the CRT debate certainly builds on that. Yeah.
Marcus, you got a question?
Well, I guess I would go. I've got some questions. It's like some of the homework Jason had given me, which I'll say this, Michelle, or Dr. Morgan, excuse me, you're the second most homework I've had to do for a show. But
Sorry,
it was
about that.
extreme. No. It's all Jason's fault. You should be proud of all the work that you've done. But something that I found, like, I guess most interesting that I touched on before was just like the dynamic between the different classes, the different races within the Hawaiian educational structure, what that meant for the largest, largely the workforce moving on later, but also kind of at the end, the one of the more interesting things was that the rhetoric that is used to Americanize Hawaii was also used to like protect some of the cultural narratives that they had with like democracy and like the choice being one of them. So I'm kind of interested in that, especially as a leftist of where nationalism against colonialism is not seen as a bad thing, so I guess, yeah, like where does if you could just kind of talk more about where the national identity was actually even used, or at least American rhetoric was used to protect what little Hawaiian culture that they had.
So I think, well, okay, I'll say my thoughts then, and then let me know if I'm answering the question or not, because there's a couple different ways to go about this, because democracy is used very effectively, I think, by Asian Americans, particularly the Nisei, in the drive for statehood. And the push that you see in the school systems, and the schools are very, very closely connected to push for statehood. Orrin Long is deputy superintendent of public instruction for many years. He had come from the mainland and been a assistant principal, and then became deputy superintendent of public instruction. Orrin Long eventually becomes territorial governor, and then one of the first 2 senators from Hawaii. So there's this very close connection between the public schools and the territorial and early statehood government in the person of Orrin Long. And Long is a strong advocate for statehood. He's a very strong advocate throughout the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. He works for the territorial government as basically the coordinator for advocating for statehood. And he also is very skeptical of Japanese Americans' ability to be fully American, but then embraces Japanese American students' performance in things like statehood hearings as evidence that these students are Americanized. And so there's a narrative that is connected with the public schools and with the triumph, as is described, the triumph of Japanese American students in the schools to be successful in the schools, as look, they've proven that they're ready for democratic participation, and they should be embraced as full citizens. That narrative is rejected by some Native Hawaiian activists at the time of statehood. In some of those hearings, there's some fairly racist things said about the Japanese by one of the Native Hawaiian folks who's protesting statehood. So it's difficult because democracy for Native Hawaiians, for many means independence, and American nationalism is not independence.
No, yeah, no, and I guess, yeah, sorry if it might have been confusing, but like, I guess like protecting Hawaiian nationalism, and in some way, like, I guess like, and yeah, I guess maybe I just messed up, but I guess in like the bottom part of the piece, you're just saying like the some of like, I guess like the democratic norms even allowed people to say like, no, we do have a right to somewhat of a say. And I guess with the demographic changes allude to that, like the democratic process was going to be a losing process. But at the end of the day, and like you said, like they're still able to teach some Hawaiian like cultural things, whether it's music or art. And I guess I'm like, my question today of like, if even holding on to those things, if they had done more effort to actually like completely tamp out any remnants of like Hawaiian culture, what the island would even, like look like today, it would be like even more of a, like a touristy, or type of thing. But
yeah. And some of the
And can I add from the chat there? Someone was asking this, and I had responded in the chat. I want to add on to Marcus's question before we let you go. Does the tourist industry kind of reinforced the colonial project?
Mm-hmm. Yes. The short answer is yes.
Who went for it?
I think that one of the elements of settler colonialism is that you selectively appropriate certain elements of indigenous culture and then apply them and incorporate them. And so a lot of the rhetoric surrounds racial harmony and aloha spirit, I think, is very appropriated and then applied to tourism. And I think that by keeping, it's part of keeping these little elements of Native Hawaiian culture in the schools, you can then say, look, we're democratic, we're involving everyone, and, Native Hawaiians are in agreement with what we're doing because, see, we have people making the mats, and so I think it's part of the strategy of settler colonialism.
Yeah, it reminds me my family's Jamaican, but seeing these American commercials of come to Jamaica and spend your cash, it's it's
very similar. I think it's very similar.
Yeah,
it's very you're selling this idea of the I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What is your take, Pascal?
I have a very good friend of mine who is her scholarship. She's getting a PhD, and her scholarship is around the role of tourism in wealth extraction in the Caribbean. And her thesis is that tourism is fundamentally a tool of empire and capital extraction from third world and developing countries, or in the global South in general. And the notion that tourism is generally an economic plus for these areas is incorrect, according to her analysis.
I mean, I feel like nothing shows this more than the COVID problem Hawaii's having, to the point where the governor is like, hey, don't come. In my Kamala Harris voice, please don't come. Please. And motherfuckers are like, nope, no, fuck it, dude. I bought those tickets 2 months ago, man.
And I mean, I would have no, I think it's essentially turning the nation into a petting zoo.
Ooh, nice one, Marcus. Turning the nation into a petting zoo.
That's shots fired, Dr. Reid. That means that's a very serious comment.
Yeah.
You need this in your classroom as well.
Yes, actually, I think that would liven up my Zoom quite a bit. I can't even get the music that I want to play when I have music and lyric clips for the students to analyze. I can't even get those to play right. I'm rather. That's
why you need just a board with triggers on it. You just hit it, and you're like, oh, music.
Dr. Morgan's gonna be like, no, I'm gonna need another $1,000 for administrative technology. This is going to help teach and reach the students.
Hey, she's at Missouri State, not Harvard.
All Harvard professors got gamer chairs.
I'm glad that I do have a chair that, and I have a
Professor Morgan, I'd like to thank you for coming on our show and not being scared away by the ridiculous antics that we sometimes go into with our guests. But this was a fascinating conversation, profoundly educational. I thought the connections that you made between how the educational system and vocational system in Hawaii and the United States, from my vantage point for African Americans, was applied was very, very important. Hopefully you'd be willing to come back again and talk about any of your more contemporary research and scholarship. We'd love to have you one more time on This is Revolution podcast.
Because all you guys are in the same department, you, Jean, and Dr. Marlon Barber.
Mm-hmm. And Dr.
We should have like a roundtable discussion with all the history professors. But thank you very much, Dr. Morgan, and you killed it.
Here it comes!
So I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Take care. That was
She was a great guest.
Professor Michelle Morgan from the University of Missouri State, or Missouri State University, sorry.
From the University.
Nigga, what? Sorry, wrong one.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be one of those kinds of afternoons. Just the three of us. Oh, I'm afraid of what the rest of this day is gonna look like
I meant to
already.
do this, but it's a different sound bank. Same button.
Different sound bank.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is gonna be like. I'm already waiting. I know it's gonna go. I feel the energy already.
Oh my God.
Energy. It's gonna be one of these afternoons, man. We're gonna be here till 6 o'clock.
We can't. First and foremost, the room that I set up in is a little
2 degrees hotter than hell.
sweat box. So the sun is beating right on me, and where the city I'm in is like 20 degrees hotter than where I just left. So it's really, really hot in here. Like I can't breathe.
This is like, yo, this is gonna be an hour. Keep it quick and move on.
Yeah.
Like
Marcus
passed
has-
out.
We're gonna ask Marcus like 5 questions, and he's got to answer them quick. Like there's no thinking about it. I don't want you to ponder shit. I don't
38.
care. Long. Just get it out. Get it out.
Let's go.
The pool of sweat that I have right now.
Well, for our audience in chat, Marcus wanted to use our second hour of our free show on Saturday to talk about a contemporary dilemma that is being faced by the political establishment in American society right now over the infrastructure bill. And not to put words in his mouth, Marcus is positing the argument that does not the posture of the Progressive Caucus in Congress illustrate that they have the capacity to hold the ball and push it down the court, if you will,
No.
and
Yes.
dictate an agenda? Marcus, speak for yourself.
I think that the question, which has been, a very hot topic for the past year of, especially with Joe Biden's presidency, is what is the usefulness of electoral politics, and especially a group of progressive members who are described as the squad. I don't like using really that, but people understand, who I'm talking about. I think especially now with what's happening, the Congressional Progressive Caucus, led by Pramila Jayapal, and that they have moved the needle. And I don't think that there can be any argument about that. The fact that the large centrist bloc that occupies Congress was halted. What will be the what will be the results of all this? I don't know. It could be nothing. However, the fact that they held their ground, Nancy Pelosi had scheduled 3 different votes, and they all were pulled back because they were going to lose because the Progressive Caucus held on this. Now, going back, as a leftist, as a socialist, and they even asked them like, oh, what does left of Bernie means? Well, it means that my stated politics are to the left of what Bernie's and I think largely the squad's stated politics are. However, if you can see things that are moving things into a better material fucking condition for the society in which we live, though it might be worth pursuing. And I guess at the end of the day, this is just, it is proof that they can wield some power and affect some of the business that's going on. Once again, what are the results? We are yet to see.
Well, Marcus, the whole what are the results we're yet to see kind of demonstrates the issue with your argument that they're doing something that's going to materially benefit the rest of us. Some could argue that what they're doing is basically posturing to make it seem like they actually have the power. I'm not saying I'm making that argument, to make it seem like they have some kind of power. And others may argue, well, if they had this power all the time, why didn't they use this power to leverage for major big asks that have already been part of the progressive platform in the first place?
Well, what bigger ask is there right now in this
I'm not saying I'm making that argument. What I'm saying is that some could make that argument that if they always had this party, why didn't they leverage it on $15 an hour minimum wage? Why didn't they leverage it on the student loan forgiveness?
Well, let me ask you this. Isn't a lot of that part of this bill?
Some of that, there are some very progressive things that are in that bill. I'm not going to deny.
Isn't a higher wage part of the bill? Isn't it a Medicare expansion? A Medicare expansion part of the bill.
So
this bill is your one shot.
So that's where too is like I think where Pascal and like understanding you're representing questions that are being asked. My answer would be and like Jason is saying is like some of those larger asks are in this. This is how legislating, especially at the federal level, is just simply done at this point, and it has been like that for at least 6-7 years at the very least, where the only packages, the only legislations for the most part that gets through aside from something for veterans, literally like veterans, military are like really the only aspects that you can do these bipartisan and like, oh, hey, whatever. Almost any other change that's been enacted within the federal Congress has been what they call these omnibus packages, these huge legislation that actually have just a lot of things that may not have any real similarity to another. However, once you lump them all together, it then becomes harder for a lot of members to say no, right? Because there might be a member who says, "Oh, I'm okay for Medicare expansion, but this community college and these and the preschool, nah, fuck them kids." But if the only way you get a Medicare expansion is to compromise on those things and vote for them, and in which case, you just get more members on board. So I guess the answer is like, why now? I think there should have been, and that's where too is like, if we can fault them for not doing the same thing on the $15 minimum wage. I think the only issue is the fact that there was you would have to need a competing bill, right? Because that's what's making this even allow, right? Is the fact that the progressives are holding on to something that they want, something that the centrists want in order to get what they want. When it came to $15 minimum wage, there was nothing that they could hold on to, unless like in like the thing that they were holding on to or would be holding on to for the $15 minimum wage argument would be the COVID response bill that Biden passed. And if you think that would have been a good time for the progressives to hold, then, I think the media would have been a whole lot angrier with them, would have started beating them up a lot more. Well, that's kind of what's happening with the success is that there's really not a whole lot of rush to get these things like passed through as there was COVID. And so you can take the time to I guess, hold out.
I think we have a super chat here that our producer is requesting that I read. He should rename his yacht Appalachian Comprador. Ooh, shots fired.
Bing.
My position is this: is that I'm willing to be open-minded to the utility of the squad in this particular moment. However, I think that utility would demonstrate, and I want to ask you a direct question: do you believe that the Progressive Caucus is willing to take the heat for putting the kibosh on any aspect of the infrastructure bill, particularly the $300 billion or the $1.5 trillion version that's already been voted on the Senate, out of the belief that they can't get their $3.5 trillion passed. So is your argument, and I'm asking because I don't have a strong position on this, that the Progressive Caucus will set fire to Biden's infrastructure agenda if they don't get the $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill? That's what you're saying?
No, I don't think they would. I don't think they would set fire.
Then why are we even praising them for something that we don't know they're willing to do?
I'm not. And I think I am not. This is not a praise. I'm trying to look at this as a signal to a changing legislature. And I just don't think that can be denied, that in a different in a past Congress, they would have just said, hey, we're going to try and hold the vote. And then a few of them would have not held, and they would have just passed the 1.5 trillion bipartisan deal. And then the 3.5 would have gone away, and even like just as to say, this is just strict political analysis of, I think the Republicans from their perspective are actually making a mistake, because I would have sent a few Republicans over to vote for the bipartisan and essentially squash any chance of the 3.5 trillion. I think at the end of the day, this is just me recognizing that things are different now than they have been. And it's different in a way that is pushing things more to the left, or at least in more progressive policies that would help people than not.
What you're saying to me is that the illusion at this juncture, because all we have is the illusion that they seem to be trying to fight for something that they have not been tested if they're willing to go to the mattresses for yet.
I would say the fact that Nancy didn't hold the vote. So there's 3 times Nancy Pelosi has scheduled the bipartisan vote in the House. All 3 times Nancy has had to pull the vote. They did not even hold the vote because they're going to fucking lose. And so that's what I'm saying, is that they have already exercised power that is noticeable through the fact that they threw those votes out and they said, no, we can't do it yet. But we got this super chat from MIDI Doctors. Even if reconciliation bill fails, it raises political awareness that core Democrats sunk the Green New Deal in broad daylight, which, and that's where too of like, we can get into what do these things mean. I guess to like a larger movement or progressive effort or whatever. At the end of the day, what I'm saying is the fact that they did this, the fact that Nancy Pelosi had to pull this back 3 times, it's just it's a blip on the sonar for something that equals a change in the dynamics of Congress.
I'm not hard pressed on any point here in either side. I'm waiting to see. My position is that if they're going to bring the ruckus, bring the ruckus. I want to see them bring it. I want to see them say, listen, we will tank this $1.5 trillion bill that the Republicans and the Democrats have agreed to from the Senate if we don't get our reconciliation bill. If they are willing to do that, I'll say, okay.
I think there's things in the $1.5 trillion bill, though, that they want as well.
Yes, yeah.
So
which I like. That's the thing. I don't think, and I was like, and that's the thing too. Is like, I don't know when I've said that they're effectively wielding power. I don't know when I've said that this is the most.
You're saying this is a shift in the paradigm. You're saying this is a shift in paradigm. Is your
I just don't know how it can even be denied, because when is the last time any group within Congress held a bill up and they are on the left side of Congress?
Well, let's also admit this. A lot of people that think they're politically involved, and I'm not saying everyone that's watching this show, but there's a lot of people that try to comment about politics don't remember what the Democratic Party was like in the Senate in the Tip O'Neill years, in the Joe Biden years, in the Kennedy years.
Yes.
They tanked so much shit. That's why Who's the old guy in Kentucky? Can't think of his name. Senator.
McConnell.
Yeah, that's why he's the way he is now, because he watched Democrats fucking just
coalesce right around Republicans.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah,
they were known for that.
And then the thing too is like electrical journeyman and say the left side of Congress is basically fighting for Biden's centrist agenda. Yes. But that means like the majority of fucking Congress is willing to do something worse than that. You know, and like I'd say it's even politically savvy on a lot of people on the left to say this is Joe Biden's agenda, because Joe Biden's agenda does not exist. He is a blank canvas. Over and over again, he is willing to say whatever passes through Congress is my agenda. And so if progressives are even able to frame it as we are doing Biden's agenda, they are not. And that stick in the public narrative, which it is, it is pulling Biden and centrists to the left then, right? And is it good enough? No. Is it going to work? I don't know. Is it still going to be hopefully inadequate to the things that we need as a community? Yes. However, all I'm saying is this is different than what we have seen in some time.
I mean, ultimately, another thing a lot of people I don't hear talking about is that both of these bills are trying to protect not so much the Biden $3.5 trillion bill, but the Republican bill definitely is protecting Trump era tax cuts to the point where
That's
you have
correct.
Democrats.
Very good point.
You have Democrats in office that aren't the ones people talk about. There's a congressman out of New Jersey that has wrote a whole new bill that doesn't affect any Trump tax cuts, and he's a Democrat. Can't think of the guy's name.
Gold star for Jason for realizing that what's really the debate is about is how we pay for this, i.e., how much of a chunk out of the Trump tax cuts do we take? And what is interesting, well, another kind of curveball that the moderate Democrats, the corporate Democrats might do is they might say, okay, we'll give you your $3.5 billion reconciliation, but we'll stagger it over 10 years.
Yep.
And we'll pay for it that way too.
Yep.
So it doesn't even have significant immediate effect. And some of the goodies that we all want in that bill become a long-term project where we don't even feel like we got anything.
No, and I'd say the best thing out of this, you know, for anybody that's a socialist, communist, like the best thing out of any of this that's going to happen is simple, like alleviation of a minor alleviation of problems, you know? How do you know, like that's it, you know, it's like when I talk about this shit, it's just how do we better inform ourselves in the decisions that we make going further, excuse me, you know, and I feel like this is a point that should allow us to say, hey, something is happening here. As far as what those results are, I don't know.
Like
as
the universal pre-K is very interesting to me.
I mean, you're just like, and
they can't afford to get their kids into any sort of like preschool because that shit's very expensive. Right. But what happens, to Pascal's point, when you underfund that program so much, and then it becomes a warehousing system for poor and colored people?
Yeah, no, and I mean,
and you have, is this going to be like some of the failures of Great Society programs all over again?
Well, I think there's like, here's where,
if it was to pass,
the people in local municipalities and state governments, those are the people who are actually going to get to decide on whether is this a child care pre-K program that helps parents across the board, or does it turn into something like you said, right? Warehouse for poor kids, just to like, hey, look, kids, what we got, new toys. These are Amazon scanners. You're going to need to know how to use these, you know, like, but that's the way too. It's like, I am a firm believer that there needs to be a dual power structure, right? We need to actually be engaging in some of these, especially local fucking political power, because at the end of the day, the federal government is just going to appropriate money. They're just
As
going,
they
and
have
this
with
is
the
what
money
they're
from the
doing.
CARES Act. Yeah.
Exactly. If we can actually get our hands on it, in some way or another, if we can push the policy in some way or another just to be better, then
well, just to state my position, and I think this is, I can't speak for Jason, but we've talked about this. And Jason, if you want to correct me, please do. I think our overall position on the show, when I mean meaning Jason, is that our primary goal is to see organized movement politics. But I don't think we've ever been of the position that no electoralism, like don't vote for anyone. It's a waste of time. Don't put people in Congress. I think that, and Jason, correct me if you disagree, we're kind of on the inside-outside game strategy. But I think part of our overall theory is that just having these politicians without having a movement to pressure them is a waste of time. Yes. And we need to spend more time on creating the movement.
Well, you're seeing it in real time, right? We're seeing it in real time right now, where so much effort went into electing, let's just say, one congressperson. There's so much effort that goes into electing these people that it's hard to build a movement, because every 2 years you're getting ready for the election cycle again.
And so they become superstars.
Yeah, that to me becomes the problem, because also these people, and I don't think it's all their fault. I don't know if they're doing this on purpose. I really don't believe that. They're becoming kind of celebrity.
There's not one socialist leader that has been elected to federal government. Okay. This is I think one of the biggest fucking problems is this expectation that popularity equals leadership.
Someone asked, Sam Jones asked it's a cynical question. I don't want to say cynical. I don't want to down his question. But he asked a good question. If you're not weakening the power of capitalism in the ruling class, what are you doing? I'll be very, very blunt. If what you're doing reinforces instead of weakens the power of capital and the ruling class, what are you doing? You're trying to get concessions. You're trying to get reform. You're trying to get reform. Let's be fundamental now. Let's put the cards on the table. There are people on the left who will tell you, based on their political tendency and ideology, that reform is concession to the ruling class and capital. There are people who believe that. They're good leftists. They believe that the only way in which we truly improve the condition of humanity is through revolutionary socialism and trying to readjust the functionality and the nature of the state and capital and to neutralize capitalism. I know many comrades who have that politics. I respect that politics. I believe that there's a short-sighted nature to that politics, in that when your people are suffering, not that you should stop being a revolutionary socialist, but I don't think you should deny the fact that you can push the state and its apparatus to get reform concessions that can ameliorate the pain of the people you care about. And I don't believe in being the kind of revolutionary that is so ideologically fixated on something that has never happened in America, overturning the state and capital. Because understand, if you're a revolutionary, I want you to say you want to overthrow the state and capital by any means necessary. If you're not saying that, you're playing games. Because that's what a revolution in terms of overthrowing capitalism in America means. Listen, if you have those politics in your mind and your heart, that's fine. But if you're going to tell me that's all your politics are about, and you're not willing to at least put pressure on the state and capital to get reforms to better the condition of your people, then I'm going to go to the quote of Amilcar Cabral, who said that we don't do this because we are ascribed to some kind of ideology or idea. We do this because we want to feed people who are hungry. We want to house people who need housing.
And I mean, a minute, Marcus. Pascal put it down.
Here it comes! Oh my God!
No, I think people talk. I think people refer to Reform or Revolution by Lenin to say he chose revolution. But that's not the fucking case. There's different
circumstances
that will be that will not even of the era, but there's different circumstances that will have to like just literally you have to come at with a materialist mind and say, what is my effort going to do? Is it fucking good for people or no? Are we pushing in the direction of true liberation? And I would disagree, right? Or at least I would agree with someone saying, hey, if you're just pushing in some type of mealy mouth reform, i.e. the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, then yeah, you tell that person to fuck right off. But pre-K, dental, hearing, for the elderly, 2 years fucking community college, these are things that are once again hopefully inadequate. However, they are things that will help people. And also too is I think especially in dealing with electoral politics, we cannot assume, right? Like you look at Bernie and you look at AOC and Cori Bush and the sheer popularity of these people. I think it would be absolutely silly to not assume that those groups of people are actually the where the focus of political education needs to be. Because I mean, like that's the thing is like the closest group of people with the most excitement are pushing for those are in those progressive camps. It's the Bernie movement, and then like, we've also talked plenty about the disappointment of the fact that like without like that there was no overturning, right? Of there's no changing of this campaign into movement politics. And like really at the end of the day, I agree. I think it would be good of left to say, hey, we understand that there are people who want movement politics but do not understand it, and they're going to attach themselves to certain popular people that end up getting elected. We can talk to these people and say, hey, there it's okay to push for good things. And I think the PRO Act, allowing for more union membership and giving more power to unions, there are certain things that we can say, yes, from the Marxist perspective, it might be good for us to just push for these things or engage with a certain group of people in order to just reach more people.
Well, again, I don't want people to say, listen, the name of this podcast is This is Revolution Podcast. We ain't afraid of revolution here. I think the problem that people may have with us is that we take the process of revolution and being a revolutionary more seriously and have more respect for it than some people who think it's just a willy-nilly game and will say, well, we need a revolution. I'm a revolutionary. Listen, both Jason and I know people who in the period of the New Left in the 60s literally had their lives destroyed for their politics.
We've had some on this show that spent years.
Wahad. We had the other brother who was a Panther.
Eddie Conway.
Eddie Conway.
Lawyer of A-Trap Brown.
Oh, yeah. A-Trap Brown lawyer. Fred Hampton's lawyers.
My two most significant mentors in Black left politics, Bruce Dixon and Glenn Ford, come from that era and that movement. Talking that talk is not a game. It's not play. I think there are way too many people who want that flex. Yes, we are a podcast that supports revolutionary politics, but revolutionary politics that are smart and that strike the iron hot fire when it's ready to be struck, and not just posturing. It ain't a game.
Well, let me ask you guys this: when we talk about electoral politics, there's a city council member in San Francisco that has declared, I believe it's Matt Haney, that has declared his district a eviction-free zone.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's an interesting thought.
There's a small amount of people that are self-proclaimed socialists. I mean, I would say Chase Boudin is a legit. I mean, his dad was in the Weather Underground and has only known his father behind prison walls. Is the DA in San Francisco in the first?
Yeah, I mean, this like I would say that just to even like hit on like what Pascal was saying was like to talk about like this ain't a fucking joke. Like, I apologize, but I was a United States Marine infantryman. A squad of 12 Marines has more firepower than any Walmart in the U.S. Like, you just don't get that type of fucking boom boom from the local gun shop. And most of y'all who fucking talk about, oh, hey, you know, like, you're not actually putting through your mind of like, what does actual kinetic revolution look like?
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't want that fucking smoke, well, guess what? Now we're dealing with more of a what I consider, I think, a political revolution, right? Where mass mobilized people are able to put pressure, enact some fucking changes. And like, yeah, maybe just people get tossed the fuck out, right? Maybe there's some fucking militant shit. But at the end of the day, if you're just throwing out fucking revolution and some type of overthrow of the American empire, like,
you don't want to look like January 6th.
Oh, I mean, like, that's the thing too, is like, if if the left tried even something like January 6th, you and your homies might be lying in chalk, man. Like, that's the only, like, you're done. You're smoked. They don't give a shit. Like, it's just not this. It's, I don't know. Like, I mean, so there's even like this glorification and all this shit.
If you want to flex, that flex, don't flex that flex when you don't have the cadre willing to do it. That's
there's
why
a lot
talk is worthless.
Like, you know, there's and I want to bring this up again. When we had Fred Hampton's lawyers on, and at the end of the show, off-air conversation, Flint Taylor's on, and he's thanking us for coming on. We're thanking him, and that was actually a really fun show. Go back and listen to the show we did with Fred Hampton's lawyers, because they also dispelled a lot of myths about Hampton and the Rainbow Coalition as well. But one of the things I asked him, I said, do you think this can ever happen again? You graduating law school, passing the bar, and saying, I'm going to go work for a few $100 a week and keep these radicals out of prison. What kid out of law school with good politics can afford to do that? Who's going to law school? Who are becoming district court judges and then Supreme Court judges?
I mean, my partner's going to law school right now, and what they want to do is deal with child law, you know, adoptions and all of those things, to try and help protect kids, help, you know, like the child criminal justice system that exists in the United States. But like, and like all of those things, though, is like, these are reactions to those problems. What Fred Hampton's lawyers were able to do is say, are we actually going to help with the overthrow of these problems?
Yes.
And that is a whole different perspective.
And we're just talking about that era. Flint is still doing cases right now. He's still trying to put dirty cops that are killing people and beating the shit out of people in prison. He was part of that case where those Klansmen, with the aid of police, shot up those communist protesters in the late 70s in North Carolina. So basically what I'm saying is there's an infrastructure on the right that does not exist on the left.
No. And I think at the end of the day too, is like, especially speaking with this dude Manolo yesterday, some of the best that the American left could do would be to mitigate and or stop the harm our government does on other socialist projects. In the same way that Fred Hampton's lawyers recognize, hey, it's better to get this dude out of prison than it would be for me to pick up that mantle. I think in a lot of different ways, as we develop our movement on the left in the United States, it might be a whole lot better or at least a very good and noble project would be to utilize some of these progressives that are in and that are going to be coming into Congress to help halt some of the harm done that our government does on other fucking countries.
So do you guys like people like, for example, this India Walton? Seems to, from what everything I've read about her, she comes from a movement. So you have a woman from movement politics that is now the mayor of, you know, a pretty decent sized city. I know it's a bit deindustrialized at this point, very poor, but India Walton, for example, I
support the endeavor of people like her getting into politics, and I hope and pray that she's able to maintain her political integrity and doesn't have to face obstacles that stop her from being effective in a positive change in her area. It's going to be a hard fight. The state and the ruling class and the Democrats are going to try to kneecap her more than the Republicans in New York. That's a fact. And it's going to be hard, but I support her courage. I think that people like her should be applauded and be helped by giving them the support necessary to make their politics effective.
I would actually question.
I think at worst case scenario, having people like that who are progressive or socialist or left or quote unquote radical in political power means at least we're going to have people willing to listen to the pressure we put on them, listen to our requests and demands, as opposed to some who are not listening at all. But don't forget, we have had former Panthers in Congress who ain't doing shit.
Bobby Rush,
and that's No, that's what they like. Don't like. It's not hey, they get elected in and you relax. That's not how at least that's not how I see politics. It's basically whatever decision they just made should help inform you on what you can get them to do next time. And however that looks, right? Because it could, like, even from Josh Hawley supporting $2,000 checks, Nazi Josh Hawley supporting the $2,000 checks months ago, to AOC voting present and Jamal Bowman voting yes for Iron Dome, right? I'm fucking crying over any of this shit. These are data points that should be used to inform you on how we can move certain fucking people who are in power. But at the end of the day, it's none of this is going to be enough, right? But I think, and I would ask y'all, right? Is now, like, I think neoliberalism is getting attacked from both sides, and we're seeing really, like, the right is setting up a whole lot of structures, and the left, we are attempting to actually solidify some of these structures.
I'm not sure the right wants to abandon neoliberalism. I think they want neoliberal authoritarianism.
I think they want to. What was it? Glenn Greenwald that said this. They want to sand the edges off neoliberalism, because
I'm not necessarily sure that, quite frankly, the Democrats.
Well, it's hurting their voter base, and now
now you're talking. The problem. This is the problem for the Democrats. We've said this before on this show. The stain of neoliberalism is attached more to their political brand than Republicans, because of the long shadow of Clinton third way politics and Obama. The stain. When people think the neoliberals, they don't think Republicans anymore. They think the Democrats.
I mean, we can definitely.
I'm not trying to say it's right or wrong. Yeah. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. What I'm saying is that, because you got to remember, neoliberal politics aren't a betrayal of Republican ideology. They're the party. They've been known to be the party of capital. You know, what makes the stain and the sting worse for the Democrats is that the charade that the Democratic Party was a party of the working class. And that in '88, with the rise of the Democratic Leadership Congress, the DLC, they totally threw that out the window to become the party of Wall Street. And for over 30 years, they've been positioning themselves to try to mark themselves as more effectively the Wall Street Party than Republicans. And people got hip to that game after the 2008 crash and after Obama didn't do jack.
Nothing.
And Spicy Take, I don't think AOC cried because she ended up voting. I think she cried because people were yelling at her.
They were yelling at her on the floor of the Congress?
Yeah.
Who yelled at her?
Pelosi, Dingle, Deborah Dingle. Is it Deborah Dingle?
So that's an awesome name and a horrible name at the same time.
I know. But no, yeah. They're like they're bullying her on the floor, and then she started crying. Like, I mean, like, I feel like it could have been anything. It could have been.
Why was she being booed if she was voting for a bill that they all supported?
So originally she voted no. Nancy and Dingle yelled at her, and then she voted present, which the whole thing doesn't make any sense to me, because it was like the vote passed 420 to like 9 with one or two abstentions.
I heard about the vote, but I didn't know that they yelled at her.
Yeah. There was yeah, they like had a little group
yelled at by Nancy Pelosi, because you know that old lady fucking slurred speech. Trying to keep
Nancy Pelosi strikes me as a woman who could be mean as hell when she wants to be.
I would hell hate to have Nancy. What's wrong with you, you stupid bitch? We agreed on this shit outside.
Yeah, which, you know, that's the thing, is like that vote was lost, right? That was a lost vote. No matter any of the people who you like vote yes or no. I think you gotta take into account, you know, because I think it was what was the fucking guy, Thomas Massey from, is it West Virginia, maybe Missouri, I can't remember, but he, like, fucking hillbilly dude, he was one of the only Republican to vote no on Iron Dome funding. And that's where you get these like random ass Republicans who are like Rand Paul, who are like, no, I mean it when I'm about fiscal spending, you know. And that's how I fucking look at it. These are people with positions of power that, if you know what the fuck they're doing, if you know what the fuck they're about, sometimes you can get them you can push them to do what you want, and sometimes you can't. It's afraidophobic, yeah. Which is like wild. They are asking Nancy about Joe Manchin, and she's like, Joe Manchin and I are friends. We're both Catholic Italians. It's like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Why were we teasing? Was that? I hope that was behind a paywall when we were doing our very horrible Italian accents, making fun of the Cuomos.
Oh, yeah.
That was behind a paywall and will never be seen in public.
So you will never, not behind a paywall, hear me do a very fucked up Italian Cuomo harassing his interns.
Yeah.
So we can see that Marcus is a bit of an advocate of the progressives.
It's such an asshole. No, that's not what I'm saying, and you know it.
I think there becomes so much like talk around them that people never.
I mean, you know, our posture on this show is that, like, they're Democrats, and you know, Democrats should be fought, to be challenged, to get concessions from.
But there's so many people, like, I know those names because they're constantly said. But there's other people actually pulling strings and making moves and holding shit up that no one wants to talk about because you can't get clicks on it. They're not hot. You know, I would insert reasoning in here why people don't want to talk about it. But as long as you keep talking about like these small handful of people.
LME, Marcus, you see what LME said? She said, take down your commie flag, Marcus.
Come and take it. Come and take it. Come and take it.
She is not feeling your bite of,
which is fine. I mean, like, if like it's fine. You don't want to hear what I'm saying.
Tell me a time. I want someone to tell me a time in congressional politics where you can go, you know, that person was my congressman. Like, when Barbara Lee was the only no vote for the Iraq war.
I'll say this. I think there's some people who felt that way about Teddy Kennedy when he died.
Sure.
Now, were
What
they
did he
right to
do?
feel that way?
Yeah.
That's a different story. There were some people who felt that way. I mean, listen, I've said this before. We've said this before. And if Jason, if you disagree with me, listen, the left ain't got the power to pop a grape. All of us who think that we are so stuck in the purity of our tendencies that we cannot be flexible to work with comrades to try to get reform concessions from the ruling class in the wake of the 50-year counter-revolution. I think that we have to understand that, like, people who understand that capitalism and imperialism are the problem are literally like not even a spoon of sugar in the coffee that is the American political scene.
I agree.
And for me, like, I focus on politics. This is like my experience has and just who I am. I've always been interested in government, at least for a fucking long fucking time. I'm interested in the politics of the United States or even international politics. What I try and do is pay attention and inform people, especially on my show, of what is actually going on and what is either a viable action, what is like something that's happening that is beneficial, right? And just discuss what all of those things are. And like at the end of the day, that's all I'm trying to do is just say, hey, listen, what happened this past week in Congress was different than any other time, and in a manner that was on the left side of the political establishment.
I think this is where it becomes a little problematic. And indulge me. I think what tends to piss some of the more radical comrades off is when they start to see people who purport to be leftists or socialists be on us say, oh, AOC is so wonderful. Did y'all see what she did? Oh, well, aren't we glad she... That stuff kind of makes me a little sick too. I also don't like the whole focus like she is, Darth Vader in drag and the center of all things evil as well. But the whole, like, the kind of like the AOC fangirling and the Yas Queening from leftists is kind of nauseating. I'm not gonna lie.
Couldn't be me. That's not what I do. Couldn't be me.
I just don't fixate on her. I just don't. I look at the institutional mechanism.
You know what? We had an episode recently. Sorry to cut you off, Marcus. We had an episode recently with Zach Exley, who was part of the people that actually helped get her in office. And he had said something, and I can't remember if this was this. I think this was on air. We had a very long off-air conversation as well. He was like, Joe Crowley only got 9,000 votes. And that was the secret of the Democratic machine, was that people don't vote in that district of like 1 million people. So in a district of 1 million people, she won with 13,000 votes.
Correct. She was not some like big tornado.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge phenomenon. It was that the Democratic machine's plan was, the strategy was, just don't get people to vote. 9,000 votes in a district of 1 million people. And you see the same thing happen in the special elections that we've had in California, because so many people have moved up with Kamala Harris going into the vice presidency. There's been a lot of special elections within state houses.
Bill Bradley here has this is a strong critique. Too many leftists focus on leftist solidarity and not class solidarity. Shots fired. I'll take that. That's
Agreed.
But I would argue that we can't have class solidarity without a left that's organized to organize the class that we care about. Who's going to organize class solidarity? The right? Yeah, they'll organize it to become crypto fash.
And that's what's happening.
Yeah,
that's what's happening. Watch the Nasball episode. That's what's happening.
So I think as much as, we had Adolf on the show and he was like, maybe we should just forget about the left and just worry about organizing the working class. I think that's true, but we do need people to organize the working class.
And I mean, like,
I think people are trying to.
I mean, I guess I would have to just ask Adolf, like, what's the difference between that? Like, because like for me,
what's interesting to me is like you have these mega machines, right? Amazon, Walmart. These are mega machines that are just so hard to pierce that it really is disconnecting the people that work there from any sort of political movements. Not everybody's going to be like my mom that, kind of got radicalized by the right people at Walmart, but a lot of factors play into that. Can that happen in Alabama? I don't know, but it definitely can happen in the Bay Area. These were politics that she had been exposed to since her teen years. So it's not like it's totally foreign to her. You know what I mean? When you can't get a union in Bessemer, Alabama,
I mean, that's what it is. Like, I think, yeah, no, and I think like, and that's there was an article. It might have been Jacobin or something, but it was just talking about like what would the unionization of Amazon mean, for the working class, and at the end of the day, say like their argument was it was pretty substantial. I think, yeah, at the end of the day, some of the things that Pascal and even like Adolf is alluding to, and I remember one of the shows is like, I don't let these motherfuckers come in with this with these fuck capitalism t-shirts when we're about to try and organize people. Take that shit off, leave it at home. And to second that, when me and Dick from Left Flank, when we were supporting the Richmond Nabisco strike, you talk to them like. We didn't talk about socialism. We didn't talk about communism. We didn't talk about progressives in Congress. We never talk about any of that shit. It was just listening to what they had to say about the conditions that they work under. The only questions that I asked them have you reached out? Do you have any connections to the Mexican workers, to the Nabisco workers in Mexico? I think and that's what I'm saying. They're like, well, we've talked to the Mexican government about unfair wages. This is a
good. Listen, let's take the super chat. This Borjave has this question: should woke sensitivity to race, gender, trans issues be capitalized on to advance the interests of the working class in general, or is this dishonest? First of all, I don't think that we should do woke anything. I think that what we should do is to take all of those identity spectrums and address them relative to political economy, because the liberals will talk about race, gender, and trans identity and sexual orientation all the time. Are they willing to talk about the fact that Black people are disproportionately relegated to the reserve army of labor, and how does that mean about Black people relative to capitalism? Does that talk about how disproportionate numbers of gays are homeless or unable to find work because of their sexual orientation? Does it talk about how the political economy of American society alienates the capacity of people with certain sexual backgrounds or gender tendencies or trans identities from being able to function economically because they're discriminated against in their workplaces or suffer other abuses? In other words, the only way I would want to address the identities that are being questioned in that super chat is relative to how capitalism as a system facilitates their oppression, as opposed to the liberal demand for inclusion, recognition, and participation in a capitalist system that simply is a pie getting smaller for everyone. And that's the difference between how I think the liberals want to weaponize those identity politics and how a materialist left should use them to coalesce people around challenging capitalism.
Yeah,
I don't see anyone talking about that kind of identity usage, about rooting the problems of Black, brown, women, Latinos, gays, trans, or whatever else in the political economy of how capitalism grounds them to powder.
Yeah, I think it's you just got to flip it, right? Because at the end of the day, focusing on any of these identities and trying to say we are just going to get, you know, whatever concessions for a specific identity, and not we are focusing on the liberation of all people. We're you know, actually pushing for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Well, at that point, the proletariat is going to have to actually encompass all of the people who exist within it. And so you have to have you just have to have a good fucking materialist mind, understanding of history, and say these, like, certain people have been treated certain ways, right? And you can talk about whether it's black people, trans people, women in general, you know, how different races within women, whether you talk about black women, indigenous women, you know, like there are aspects of all of those things that you must incorporate if you're actually going to try and truly work for the liberation of those people, versus just saying I want some marginalized identity to be the new face of imperialism. And I think that's just the difference, right? So
Senator Bill Bradley says maybe only Pascal remembers Bill Bradley. In the U.S.,
we have third rail issues that workers' movements in other nations set aside. For example, abortion is illegal in Brazil. The Lula worker movement is not prioritizing dealing with that at all. That's an interesting little notification.
Someone says trans rights are human rights. I definitely agree with that wholeheartedly. Thank you for the super chat.
I have a question too, because I think it was, you know, a few years ago. Why should we go to the super chat? We'll get back. I know no one believes it, but in West Virginia, lots of people I know that ended up voting for Trump wanted to vote for Bernie. If someone would just, I believe it. I know it's true. This is just facts.
Yeah,
of course.
They were both a middle finger or a finger in the eye to the establishment. Both of them were saying things that we hadn't heard during a political race in my lifetime. I'm 44. Pascal, in your lifetime, did you ever hear anybody talking about Medicare for all in a political race?
The problems about capitalism? I mean, when did that happen in American politics in the 50-year counter-revolution?
In your life, you'll be
53.
Yeah,
that's the life. That's it.
I can't remember. And part of my job in doing this shit is going back in the archives and actually finding these old political ads, even going through LBJ's campaign ads for his run in 64. He wasn't talking about capitalism being a problem.
Someone said Jesse Jackson in 84. That's a fair take. Jesse Jackson in 84 definitely had a poverty-based agenda.
Yeah, the Rainbow Coalition.
But it's, and I think like people in the chat can't even talk about like some of the like global South countries, or even like movements and some things that they may be leaving to the side. But there's something that Fidel Castro had said that during and after. No,
I'm just saying. No, someone said it was 35.
Oh, I thought it was 35. No. Black don't crack, baby.
Lenora Fulani. I remember her. She went to my undergrad. She went to Hofstra. Dr. Lenora Fulani. She ran for president.
Lola Fulani?
Lenora Fulani.
Oh, but not Lola Fulana.
No, not Lola Fulana.
Oh.
Wasn't Lola Fulana like dating like Sammy Davis Jr. at one point?
Some shit.
Either
Mark
way,
has no idea who we're talking about.
No, either way, old ass motherfucker. No, what Castro says, hey, but during the revolution, directly after, we did not focus or care enough about LGBTQ issues, people, to make sure that that you know, bad things weren't happening, right? And like, it's not some, you know, and that was something that he, you know, looking back, hey, this was a mistake. At the end of the day, though, like that's something for their movement that they have to address. Especially is like as a leftist in the United States, we can say, hey, it would be better for women if they did have the right to abortion, or for people to have the right to abortion. But at the end of the day, you know, they are making their movement, you know, as they see fit.
That
and
shit in Brazil is on another level, and it blew my mind. I've said this before on the show, and I'll say it again. I was in Brazil when there was going to be a change, I think, in the pensions for state workers. And so like everything shut down. Train systems, bus routes in the major cities. And it's a densely fucking populated country. Outside of Amazon.
You're talking about a country that has a real left.
That shit was the house we were staying at the end of the tour. We were there for about a month. The dude's wife was a teacher at one of the state colleges, and he was telling us before we were getting to, because we're driving all over the country, and before we get to his place at the end of this tour, he goes, "Oh, my wife's a professor. She's got to go to work, yada yada yada." So the next day we saw his wife, was like, "Oh, I thought she was working." She's like, "No, I'm on strike." And we went outside and like hella shit wasn't running. The news was showing like fucking the train system was shut down because they were like, "No, this shit is not gonna ride with us here."
And like I guess that's in my fucking head. That's gonna be the I guess probably some of the better sources of strength for the developing movement, if I can say that with some hope. Is just the fact that it needs to be workers, the working class needs to be centered. And I think we've even discussed like those are some of the shortcomings of Bernie of the campaign. Not me, us is a pretty good slogan, but it's not it's really not the end goal if workers are not uniting, and I think actually that's kind of like maybe the difference of the question of like, hey, do we focus on identity or whatever? I think Bernie's campaign tried to do, we will focus on a bunch of the identities, and that's not me, us, and not we are going to focus on the workers and understand that the workers make up the 99%, and I don't know if it's like I feel like that the distinction there is important. To actually like build past, the young Sandinistas, and actually into like a working class politic.
Senator Bill Bradley, you are coming with some fire today. It looks like you are very reformed from your Republican roots. But a repeal of Taft-Hartley so unions could participate in solidarity strikes would be very helpful to a worker movement. Agreed. But we've been talking for 2 hours.
I mean, and also like I think we got to convince strikes to happen in solidarity anyway.
Or solidarity Wildcat Strikes.
Yes.
There was a lot of Wildcat Strikes this past year.
From 2000 to 2021, there were a lot in the year of COVID too.
Yeah, COVID, I think, kind of woke a lot of people up to a certain extent, but post the George Floyd uprisings, I think people kind of got tired of the lockdown, and nothing quelled rebellion more than the movie theaters open. Want to go to an amusement park? Amusement park open.
Yeah,
like that shit.
Well, Marcus, we addressed your concern. Well, your update, and I think it was a good conversation. I think we had a good show today overall.
And LME, I will be sending, if you want to just send me the address, I'll mail. And this is a T-shirt that I got in Vietnam, actually. I was.
Well, I mean, like you, man. Relax. She ain't got.
I mean, I'm making a joke.
Yeah, I was in Nam.
I'm making a joke. Yeah, we'll ship it to you. We'll get it to you.
I was stationed there.
No, I was there for like 3 days. Met this dude named Tom that took me and my boys out like wherever the fuck we wanted, as long as we got him drunk. And it was a really, really fucking good time. So
it wasn't like that movie Spike Lee had called The Five Bloods.
The Five.
No. The Five Bloods is a documentary about me and my drunken exploits while in Vietnam in 2013.
There's some drunken exploits in The Five Bloods. And I believe Delroy Lindo gave a great performance in The Five Bloods.
Yeah.
I believe the book that it's based off is just called Bloods.
The Crips.
But, The Five Bloods. So it's a black movie.
M2 son, I was in Nam while you were in your mom.
So on that note, Pascal,
Yes, sir.
we have to get ready for Tuesday. We've been planning Tuesday for like a month, and Tuesdays rolled around, and Pascal and I were on the phone the other day, and we both went, "Oh shit, Tuesday's here." So we're having another one of our Crisis in Black Politics episodes, this time with our favorite light-skinned person, Toray Reid, and a young up-and-coming journalist named Bertram Cooper, who wrote a great piece on the culture industry and who gets to control it in current affairs before all that crap happened with current affairs. But
berries and cream.
we're gonna be, what are we gonna call it, Pascal? Crisis in Black Politics Part 3.
Well, the first one was on pop culture too.
Okay, well, can we have 2 then on that?
The culture industry.
Jesus, you want to shit on my parade again?
Not at
Can we
all.
just have a whole conversation about you shitting on parades? You're parade shitter. You're proverbial parade shitter.
I mean, I take a heavy dump nowadays. Not enough to neutralize the parade, though.
Elephant shitting on my parade. Marcus agreed to come on that show, so it's going to be us against them, and them is the ladies.
Elamine loves when we talk black stuff on the show. She's like, "Oh, more black stuff on This is Revolution."
It's gonna be very black. Elamine.
Yeah, no, and that's where too. It's like I think
a lot of people like that our race commentary. Some people don't.
I think like between India Walton and I think Ilhan Omar, right? I think when we talk about like black politics and like some of the changing things, I think these are some of the women we actually need to start holding up. And maybe I don't know.
Ilhan Omar, her foreign policy sometimes misses the boat for me.
I would agree, but I'd say her and Rashida Tlaib are easily the best on foreign policy in Congress. And willing to actually
is my favorite, actually.
The only time is like she does get like a lot like really identity politicky, but also she's like a representative in Detroit. So like,
yeah, I mean, look, she's a Palestinian woman that grew up around Negroes in Detroit in the 80s.
Elamine says, yes, the radical black left tradition is essential for understanding American leftism generally. I agree. Can't disagree.
We're going to have a deep dive into who gets to control the culture industry. We're also going to, Pascal's going to have a lot to say about this because he wrote a great piece on a gentleman named Clarence Avant that actually was a bit of a puppet master of the black culture industry. And that's going to dovetail quite well into Bertram Lee's piece. And who is a better scholar on black politics than Toray Reid? Maybe Cedric Johnson.
Good answer. Good answer. Toray is a historian.
What? Cedric couldn't make it, so we got Toray Reid.
Cedric is a political scientist.
That's not true. It's not true. I literally reached out to Toray.
Have we Adolph Reid? Not familiar with the name.
Adolph Reid on twice. Mojave. He's actually coming on again November 4th.
Yes. At one point we wanted to have both the Reids on. But you can never get 2 Reids in the same room at the same time.
Not for the price you guys pay.
Exactly. And that's why. Whenever you see the 2 Reids in the same room.
The Adolph episode is one of our most popular episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Why black politics don't work for black people.
So, and Toray has actually been on multiple times. Toray, for all of you that don't know, is the reason why Pascal is here. After I did an interview with Toray, he goes, I got a buddy. I think he'd be great for you to work with. And then Toray and Pascal came on, and we proceeded to shit on Boys in the Hood for like an hour and a half. Great episode, a lot of laughs, and that has brought us here today where we are. So on that note, I hear you guys say you want cartoons, but now I need votes.
Whoa, we got $100 super chat. Chill out.
Okay,
Whoa.
we got to read it.
Whoa. And here's Winston.
Landrew.
Got the $100 chip super chat and a Winston.
Landrew.
Oh, man. So watching that would give me goosebumps when Lula says that, because remember, he says that speech right before he's about to go to prison. And he went to real prison in Curitiba. And right before he does, see all those people, he gives that speech. I get like, I got goosebumps right now thinking about that. And I would actually close out our shows, our Bitter Lake shows, actually saying that line. I would always credit him, but say that line because I think it's an extremely powerful line.
Those in power can kill 1, 2, or 3 roses, but they will never be able to stop the coming of spring. Lula da Silva.
Oof. Fucking thank you so much. And thank you for that again. Goosebumps. There's clips somewhere of me saying that. I definitely remember saying it in Toronto. So one of the people that watches the show was at that show in Toronto. So if you have any footage from that, now would be the time to post it. So on that note, do you guys want to see cartoons?
Let's do it.
Cartoons or Tron? I always want to see Tron because it's like my favorite movie.
They want cartoons. They always ask for the cartoons.
Cartoons? I can't see.
Cartoons?
The world's richest man, Tron. Hot hand in the dice game, baby.
That maybe that's how we should start off the clip of the Crisis in Black Politics 3 is the Dave Chappelle is the richest man in the dice game.
Yes.
Oh shit! I could just.
Hope you all in the chat and the audience enjoyed today's show. We're trying to bring quality material and content.
Senator Bill Bradley said something else, but I can barely read it. I'm gonna stop calling him Senator Bill Bradley before he finds me, tries to shoot me. All right, guys. Have a very good night.
We all.
you.